This international solo singer has been traveling across the globe and enthralling audience with his mesmerizing performances. A master of languages, he can perform over 1,000 classical songs in 14 foreign languages: Spanish, Italian, French, German, Mexican, Russian, African, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, Hebrew, Sinhala, Indonesian, and Malaysian. You name a language, and yes, he will readily sing a song for you in that language. Now, what is interesting about his songs is that when he sings, it is not just that he sings in the foreign language, he understands the meaning and performs. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Charles Anthony. Over to Charles for his performance. Well, Charles specializes in English classical songs, and he also sings in almost all the Malayalam Indian languages and Hindi as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you. Well, Charles specializes in English classical songs, and he also sings in almost all the Malayalam Indian languages and Hindi as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you. Well, Charles specializes in English classical songs, and he also sings in almost all the Malayalam Indian languages and Hindi as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you. Well, Charles specializes in English classical songs, and he also sings in almost all the Malayalam Indian languages and Hindi as well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you. Well, Charles specializes in English classical songs, and he also sings in almost all the Malayalam Indian languages and Hindi as well.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to start this evening with a welcome song. Welcome to won't you come away? Miracles I can still happens now and then. Step into our heart, leave cares behind. Welcome to my world. Building knock at the door, open, seek, and you will find. Ask, and you will be given the key with his golden mind. I've been waiting here with my arms unfold, waiting just for me. Welcome to the world. Just for me. Thank you so much.
Miss me tonight. Are you sorry we drifted apart? Does your memory stray to a brighter summer day when I kissed you and called me sweetheart? To the chairs in the parlor seemed empty and bare. Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart full of pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? Chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare. Do you gaze at your doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart full of pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight?
Thank you.
The old town looks the same as this took town from the drain. Where the weeds be was my mama and papa. Don't go out, there's no need, and it looks like trees again to touch the green grass of home. The old house was still standing, but the pain to play down the road. Birds carry airport, it looks like Terry's game. Green, green grass of home. You stay on, come to meet me. I'm reaching, smiling sweetly. Music game to touch the green, green grass of
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I would like to play a song in African language. It's actually a Swahili song. The song I got a chance to sing with the West Indies team during the one-day international between India and West Indies. Malaika
many funny things. Kitala levencio, nascindava malisina, mi kekuwa malaika.
Thank you for this song.
A long, long time ago, on graduation day, you handed me a book. I sang this way, roses are red, my love, while it's so green. Sugar is sweet, my love, but not as sweet as we dated to high school, and when the day came, I wrote into the book next to my name. Roses are red, my love, while it's all green. surrender. Once again, sugar is sweet, my love, but not as sweet as he. Then I went far away to find something new. I read a letter to you, and I wrote back to you. Roses are red, my love, violets are green. Sugar is sweet, my love, but not as sweet as he. Is that you want to go? She looks so much like you. Someday somebody will write in her book too. Roses are red, my love, violets are green. Sugar is sweet, my love, but not as sweet as he. Roses are red, my love, violets are green. Sugar is sweet, my love, good love, may God bless you. Thank you.
Now I'm going to play a song in Spanish language. This was a song I got a chance to sing with the great footballer Diego Maradona in a live concert at Kannur. This is the song called Bésame Mucho.
Bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte. Quiero tenerte muy cerca, mirarme en los ojos, no contigo a mí. Piensa que tal vez mañana yo estaré lejos, lejos, lejos de ti. Bésame, bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después. Quiero tenerte muy cerca, mirarme en los ojos, no contigo a mí. Piensa que tal vez mañana yo estaré bésame mucho, como si fuera esta noche la última vez. Bésame, bésame mucho, que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después. Que tengo miedo perderte, perderte después.
Thank you. You can give me any request if you got any request from your side. Otherwise, I'll be singing my own songs. Anything from the Beatles, Simon and Garfunkel. Which one? Summer Wine.
Strawberries to rose and an angel's kissing spring. It must be I tried to get up, but I couldn't find my feet.
You want me to play Malayalam song? Which one? I didn't hear. Hey Jude, from Beatles, right?
Yes? Hello? ആണോ?
First I'll play the Simon and Garfunkel request, Sound of Silence. Then I'll play your request as well. Thank you.
Hello darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because the vision softly creeping left its seats while I was sleeping, and the wisdom that was planted in my brain hear the sound of silence. In restless dreams I fought alone. Now it strikes upon its stone. Neath the hollow of hatred land, I turn my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of the neon light that split the night, and there's the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 2,000 people maybe more. People talking without thinking, people hearing without listening, people writing a song that voices never share, 'cause no one dares disturb the sound of silence. Fools that I who do not know, silence like a cancer grows. You know those that I might deceive, take my arms that I might retrieve, but my words like silence when clocks fell and echo in the realms of silence. And the people bow and pray to the neon gods in name, and the sun flashed a story in the words that he was for me, and the sign said the words are the prophets and written on the subway walls, and the children hearts whisper the sound of silence. Thank you. Well, I've got one more request to sing a song from the band called The Beatles. I'm going to play one Beatles song for you. Hey, Jude, don't make me cry. Take the sad song and make it better. world upon your shoulders. Well, you know that it's a free place by making this world a little older. Hey, Jimmy, don't let me down. You have found your lover again. Remember to let her into your heart. Then we can start to make it better. So let it out and let it in. Hey, Chief, thinking you're waiting for someone to perform with. Don't you know now to see, hey, Chief, you do the moment you need is on your shoulder. Hey, Jimmy, don't make me cry. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let her under your skin. Then you can be to make it better. Thank you.
Well, I've got a very special request to sing a Malayalam song. I'm going to play a very old Malayalam song for you. It's a very popular song for all of us. So let's all sing together for this song at least. Are you all ready?
അനുരാഗ കരിക്കിന്നല്ലോ.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any more request? We'll have a Hindi song. Any particular song, any request, anything? I do mostly the old Hindi songs like Kishore, Jagjit Singh, all these. If you got something in your mind, you can just tell me. So you are confusing me. So you're asking me to sing one Yeshudas's Hindi song, right? Thank you so much.
Charles, that was such effortless rendition of such enduring songs. Well, music indeed is the universal language of mankind. Charles' music has gone straight to the heart through our years. Well, Charles rose to international fame with his rendition of the Spanish number, which he sang for us a little while ago, for Diego Maradona during his visit to Kerala in 2012. Well, there's been no turning back for Charles since then. He's performed for luminaries such as Prince Faisal of Saudi Arabia, as well as Sachin Tendulkar, Glenn McGrath, to name a few. He also had the honor of being interviewed by BBC and Austrian radio during his concert at the Multicultural Festival at Vienna. Thank you, Charles, for the soul-stirring music. You have pepped up our spirits and have set the tone for a perfect start to the 36th Annual Management Convention of Kerala Management Association. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder to kindly switch off your mobile phones or to please put them on silent mode to maintain the decorum of the function. Thank you. The Kerala Management Association is today a professional body that boasts of thousands of members and involved in a multitude of activities. It started in 1957 as Kerala Institute of Management, a brainchild of a few entrepreneurs, managers and civil servants. This year is very special for KMA as KMA turns 60 this year. A founding member that formed the All India Management Association, the Kerala Management Association, over the years, helped by prominent citizens from business and industry, is one of the most vibrant and premium management associations in the country. Spearheading concepts on management mantras, KMA has been playing a crucial role in the promotion and propagation of contemporary management principles and practices, and has emerged as a catalyst to promote entrepreneurial and business climate in the state of Kerala. The flagship event of KMA is the annual convention, a professional managers meet that has been growing bigger and better each year. The annual conventions of KMA, provide a great opportunity to imbibe evolutionary and revolutionary management ideas, strategies and techniques. The theme for this year's convention is Changing India, New Paradigms. Once described by Mark Twain as a cradle of human race, India has long been known for its rich and varied culture, venerable history, spirituality, and steadfast commitment to democracy. Today, she's poised to become an increasing force in world affairs and a major driver of global economic growth. It is a story of a nation having her foundation in an ancient civilization, changing with new paradigms from a glorious past to a glorious future. India today holds the key to her own future. If it can maintain its current growth rate, currently hovering around 7%, it will have the potential over the next 20 to 30 years to follow China on the path to becoming another $10 trillion economy. characterized by optimistic growth and strong macroeconomic fundamentals, particularly with tangible progress towards fiscal consolidation and a strong balance of payments position. The country has expanded at a faster pace in the current fiscal, according to the latest report by World Bank. However, the nation is definitely at a very advantageous stage of development, and despite a few problems, and here is the opportunity to plug ourselves in the world order. Quantum growth and exponential stimulus is a necessity. It requires that action is what is needed and the right time is now. This is the time to debate, decide, do and deliver. It is in this backdrop that the 36th Annual Management Convention of Kerala Management Association picked up the threads for discourse and discussion at the macro level on changing India, new paradigms. There is certainly a lot of thoughts and ideas to be shared and learning experiences to take place. Well, this will happen over the 2 days of deliberation at this annual management convention. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the program by 6:15 p.m. Meanwhile, let's watch an audio-visual presentation on the Kerala Management Association.
1957 saw the dawn of a society called the Kerala Management Association, developed by an enterprising group of managers from elite organizations in and around Cochin. Today, Kochi is poised to become a modern, sophisticated city, which is already the commercial capital of the state. New generation industries are setting up their shops in Cochin in a big way.
KMA was registered under the Travancore Cochin Literary, Scientific and Charitable Societies Registration Act in 1957. The association was soon affiliated to the All India Management Association AIMA New Delhi and started functioning as its local resource center. KMA's objectives were well crafted right from the beginning. It was a journey with a purpose to build a strong business community through healthy interaction between corporate leaders and management gurus. This has helped many companies to surge ahead with sound professional management practices.
KMA aims at promoting business management education in the state and facilitate management training through management development programs and contemporary management journals, including research journals.
A growing economy also ushers in new trends in the market. Regular seminars and interactive workshops are conducted by KMA to keep up with the ever-changing market requirements. A 2-day annual management convention is conducted during the first quarter of every year, which is attended by over 1,000 delegates from all across Kerala. Eminent speakers of national and international repute lead this prestigious event.
KMA's many successful initiatives are very popular among its members. Some such initiatives are
KMA lectures by eminent people on a variety of topics.
the exclusive CEO conclave to deal with the macro issues of organizations,
Management Students Forum, meant for adding value to management students and faculty alike.
Young Managers Forum, activities to empower and mentor managers below 35 years.
Sector-specific seminars and workshops to help growing industries in specific sectors.
Conclaves and meaning-specific programs through the New Managers Forum.
KMA is active in the social media networking sites and also has a comprehensive website www.kma.org.in.
KMA is managed by a managing committee comprising of prominent industry and corporate heads and functions at its own premises at Panamali Nagar, Kochi, which also houses spacious conference halls, classrooms and a library.
Outstanding contributors to business and industrial development in the state are recognized by KMA through a prestigious Management Leadership Award. Managers who contribute to all-around growth of a company in the manufacturing and service industry. That's the Manager of the Year Award.
Based on their yearly performance, corporate companies are awarded KMA's Excellence Awards in 5 different categories, which promote healthy competition for excellence among members.
KMA NASCO IT Awards are meant to recognize IT companies who have pushed the boundaries of excellence.
Leaning on its glorious legacy of 6 decades, KMA nurtures all categories of managers through promoting sound management principles and practices. Backed by the knowledge and experience of its members, KMA is surging ahead with its vision of creating a strong management fraternity in Kerala.
Membership. A membership in KMA offers opportunities to interact with the top management leaders in Kerala to share knowledge and skills, thereby commanding respect and credibility to your organization.
Corporate membership is open to business houses, government enterprises, and educational institutions, etc.
Any individual who meets the norms set by KMA can enroll as life members on payment of the fees as a lump sum and half the fee for a senior citizen.
For more details, please contact Executive Director, Kerala Management Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 36th Annual Management Convention of Kerala Management Association. Every new beginning calls for God's blessings. Let us begin this program by invoking God's blessings. Musical invocation by Charles Anthony.
May the good Lord bless and keep me, whether near or far away. May you find the Lord the way to golden day today. May your troubles all be smiles, and your fortunes 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep me till we meet again. May you walk with sunlight shining, and together in every tree. May we be silver lining that could every cloud blessed King, to redeem, to redeem the
Thank you. May I request Mr. Matthew Urumbat, President KMA, Mr. Vivek Krishna Govind, Chairman Convention Committee, and Mr. R. Madhav Chandran, Honorary Secretary KMA, to kindly escort our distinguished Chief Guest Sadhguru and a guest of honor Padma Shri T.N. Manoharan onto the dais, and please take your seats. Thank you, everybody. May I invite Mr. Vivek Krishna Govind, Chairman Convention Committee, to formally welcome the gathering.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Most respected and revered Sadhguru, ICAA past President and Canara Bank Chairman Sri T.N. Manoharan, KMA President Matthew Urumbat, Honorary Secretary Madhav Chandran, eminent and distinguished delegates, a warm welcome. It gives me immense pleasure and pride this evening to welcome the august audience to the inaugural session of the 36th KMA Annual Management Convention. Formed in 1957, KMA has been spearheading the management movement for the past 6 decades in Kerala. To commemorate the occasion, we have planned several special events for the next 1 year. The flagship event of KMA is the Annual Management Convention, and we are extremely fortunate to have Sadhguru with us to inaugurate the event and to bless us with his address. Sadhguru requires no introduction, and his presence on this important occasion gives us the motivation to strive for higher goals in a joyful manner. His address this evening on nurturing India will set the agenda for all of us to refocus on the new paradigms in changing times. On behalf of all of us present here, may I invite immediate past President of KMA and Executive Director BPCL, Mr. Prasad Panikar, to kindly offer a floral bouquet to Sadhguru as a mark of our respect and love for him. Thank you, Prasad. The guest of honor, Sri T.N. Manoharan, is my lucky charm. Whenever I am interested with organizing any major event, the first speaker I call is Manoharan sir, and somehow by God's grace, once he confirms, everything falls in place. And the same is the case with this convention as well. Sir is a friend, philosopher, guide to many of us in profession, and you being here makes a lot of difference to us, sir. You'll be formally welcomed later. On behalf of all of us at KMA, let me invite Vice President of KMA and the Kerala Head of TCS, Mr. Dinesh Thampi, to kindly come forward and offer a floral bouquet to T.N. Manoharan. We are greatly honored by the presence of the most eminent citizens of our state, and it would be inappropriate on my part to try and name all the distinguished dignitaries. We have members from the judiciary, from bureaucracy, and from all walks of life. On behalf of KMA, let me welcome all the special invitees and our speakers, and I thank all of you for accepting our invitation and attending the convention. Let me also welcome the Isha Foundation management team, led very, very efficiently and effectively by Loknetra ji, Anita Madam, and all the volunteers for your outstanding support and guidance in organizing this event. We welcome the members of the media and thank them for the build-up to this event over the last fortnight. We thank our sponsors led by South Indian Bank, TCS, Nest, BPCL, and all other. We have about 20 sponsors who have supported us, and we welcome all the delegates from these organizations. Our team KMA has spent sleepless nights and burned the midnight oil to organize an event of this proportion. And I must thank my team, led by our very lovable President Matthew Urumbat, our Vice President Dinesh, Secretary Madhav Chandran, all the Executive Committee members and all the Managing Committee members for your unstinted support. The KMA Secretariat, led by Captain Siriak, Annie, Padma Kumar, Prajit, and the entire team have worked tirelessly for the past several weeks, and I welcome all of them and their families to this function. Team Ergo, the event managers, have done a splendid job. This is the first time they have tried a curved LED for any function, and I understand this is the first time that it's been done in Kerala. They've done a great job, and thank you and welcome to all of them from the Ergo team. Let me welcome all our distinguished delegates, management students and faculty to this convention. Many more delegates were wanting to attend, but unfortunately due to the heavy rush over the last few days, we had to restrict. We've also arranged a smaller hall. Some of our friends will be watching the event from the screen, and some of the meditators and volunteers from Isha Foundation will also join an hour from now. They will also be witness to the event. And before I conclude, let me state that the finest speakers in the country are here. This is the inaugural session. Over the next one day, very interesting topics, very contemporary, very relevant topics on the theme Changing India, New Paradigms. They've all accepted our invitation and they are here. We'll be very happy if most of you here can come and attend all the sessions tomorrow. Series of events lined up over the next few months. We are celebrating our Diamond Jubilee, and we have a committee led by our past President Prasad Panikir, and several interesting events are lined up over the next 1 year. We keenly look forward to your participation and your support in all our ensuing events as well. Thank you all for being here, and a very big and warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek Govind. To deliver the presidential address, may I invite Mr. Matthew Urumbat, the President of KMA.
Very respected Sadhguru, our distinguished Speaker, Mr. T.N. Manoharan, our Convention Chairman, Vivek Govind, our Honorary Secretary, Madhav, distinguished guests, dear student members, past presidents, and members of the print media and electronic media, and dear friends. Let me begin one more time heartily welcoming you all to the annual Management Convention. This convention is special for more reasons than one. The august presence of Sadhguru and eminent speakers from all over the country is enough reason to make it very special. We are also happy that the convention is being held in the Diamond Jubilee year of KMA, and therefore it calls for celebration for another reason. 60 years ago, our founding fathers got together to form one of the earliest management associations in the country. We are proud that the KMA was one of the founding organizations of the All India Management Association itself. Late MKK Nair and all the 48 past presidents has played sterling roles in the growth and eminent position of the KMA. My distinguished predecessors in office have taken KMA on a unique journey. We are now not only one of the oldest, but certainly the largest and perhaps the best professional management association in the country. More than 500 corporate members, 1,500 individual members, and 750 student members have made it possible to make significant contributions to the management ethos of not just Kerala, but this part of the world. A committee headed by our immediate past president, Prasad Panikir, as chairman, and Sunil Sakriya as a co-chairman, has started working for a year-long KMA Diamond Jubilee celebrations. We are proud of the wide spectrum of activities which KMA holds. Our regular evening meetings, seminars, workshops, and training events continue to enrich the management fraternity in Kerala. Our newsletters and research journals are well appreciated. We are proud that our annual Students' Conference and the Women's Management Conclave are largest events in this part of the country. Our award nights honors the KMA awards each and every aspect of the management excellence. Our Management Leadership Award is a lifetime achievement honor, which is the highest honor in this part of the country. Our very talented management committee members have endured through the years and have made significant contributions to the management leadership in KMA. There is, however, no denying that the KMA's flagship event is the annual management convention. We are proud that the KMA convention has for long been one of the major management conclaves of the country. This year, convention begins with much joy, expectation, and the spirit of confidence as it brings together some of the brightest minds in our country. We have chosen as a theme of the convention, Changing India, New Paradigms. President Pranab Mukherjee was in Cochin last week at the Rajamani Memorial Lecture, which many in this room would have attended. The topic was India at 70. And let me quote that the President said that this August 15th, India will complete 70 years since it became independent. For 50 years before the independence, economic growth rate was 0 to 1%. And in the 50s, our growth rate rose to 1 to 2%. And later in the 90s, with the economic reforms, it has risen to 6 to 7%. And in the last decade, our growth rate has averaged around 8%, making us the fastest growing large economy in the world. Also about India's population, in 1950, it was 360 million, and today we are 1.3 billion as a strong nation. Our annual per capita income has gone from 7,500 to 75,000, and the GDP has risen from 2.3% to 7.9%. And the poverty ratio has declined over 60% to less than 25%. Also, the President spoke about India ship-to-mouth existence in the early days of independence. We had to survive on import of food grains from abroad. Today, we not only produce, but also export the same. In 1947, we had no industry worth its name. In contrast, today, we are the 10th largest industrialized nations in the world. Our technological base, as well as the network of research laboratories and higher education institutions, are looking upon by the world with admiration. India's space, IT, biotech and pharma, these industries are of global standards. Only 2 weeks back, ISRO set a world record launching 104 satellites into the space, and which no other country has ever done. and we also have reached Mars in the very first attempt, and also at a cost lower than anywhere else in the world. In the last 70 years, tangible change can be seen in every aspect of our lives. India has transformed itself from a poor, underdeveloped nation into the third largest economy in the world. In purchasing power parity terms with a short span of 7 decades. I think President Pranab Mukherjee above words give appropriate backdrop to our theme that India is changing, and changing rapidly is beyond dispute. There is no doubt that all the exponential changes coming our way are far bigger than those that we have witnessed till now. These changes give the context to our theme. However, it is the new paradigms in the changing India that will dominate in the mind space of this convention. A wide array of sub-themes will erudite the new paradigms that will overwhelm the enterprise, industry, trade, and commerce. Dr. Robert J. Clinton defined paradigm as a controlling perspective which allows one to perceive and understand reality. He said that the paradigms are like lens that determines how we see things. The new paradigm has been called paradigm shift by Alvin Toffler and others. It is distinctively the new way for the society to look beyond reality, and an avid scientific area, it may exist for years without corresponding societal paradigm shift. A recent CII KPMG report estimates that India's GDP will grow to US 2 trillion from, again, it's going up to 2025, it will reach at 5 trillion. Permit me to conclude with the words of John Sculley, the former CEO of Apple. Only through a radical shift in our thinking can we succeed in this new era. It calls for nothing but a complete break with tradition beyond ways. I wish an insightful, enlightening, and interesting convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew Urumbit. Now to light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate the 36th Annual National Management Convention of KMA, may I invite our respected Chief Guest, Sadhguru. I also invite our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. T.N. Manoharan, and other dignitaries on stage to please join in lighting the lamp. everybody. May I now invite our respected Chief Guest Sadhguru to deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskaram. My congratulations and best wishes and blessings to KMA. The success of a nation no more depends on its military successes or even its political success. The success of a nation today entirely depends on the success of its businesses. Businesses succeed only when they are well managed. And it's very important that the talent of management grows and finds excellence in many areas that we need to manage in this country. We have been a land of too much genius and not enough organization and management. This has been our problem, that we are a little bit of too much genius, each individual thinks he's a genius, but nobody can manage them. So bringing management as a culture in the nation is very important. That everybody should understand, it's not just about managing an industry or a business. You must learn to manage your street, your home, above all yourself and your mind. Because essentially management means, in some way, you have to manage man and material. Material management is one thing, but managing people. If you have to manage people, you have to manage in some way all their minds. If you have to manage 1,000 people, you have to manage 1,000 minds. So the first and foremost qualification for all managers, I would say, is you must know how to manage your mind. If you do not know how to manage your mind, how are you going to manage 1,000 people's minds? So right now, those who are not able to manage themselves, their own thought and emotion they cannot manage, they are trying to manage 1,000 people and they're going crazy. Lot of managers are cracking up in the process of doing their management simply because our institutes of management and more fundamental levels of education has not brought in this dimension of managing oneself. If this one is not well managed, this cannot manage anything well. And if you manage something well, this will break up in the process of doing that. So, at the beginning of this convention of Kerala Management Association, in this Diamond Jubilee year for the Management Association, my best wishes and blessings. Let this convention happen to the best of impact on all of you, especially the young people who are here, the student community. It's time, before you step out into actual management, you must make sure that you are well managed, every aspect of your life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sadhguru. Thank you. A former president of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, he was awarded the Civilian Honour Padma Shri by the President of India in 2010. In 2009, he was one of the 4 members appointed to the board of Satyam Computer Services for restructuring the company. A recipient of many honours and awards, he was awarded the CNN-IBN Indian of the Year 2009 award by the then Prime Minister as part of the Satyam Revival team, and he also received the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Award 2009. He was conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2005 and For the Sake of Honor Award in 2007 by Rotary International. He is a member of the Governing Council for Skill Development constituted by the Government of India. Our distinguished guest of honor, Padma Shri T.N. Manoharan, Chairman, Canara Bank. May I invite you, sir, to please deliver the keynote address.
Most revered and beloved Sadhguruji, President of KMA, Mr. Matthew, Chairman of the Convention and my good friend, Mr. Vivek Govind, Honorary Secretary, Mr. Madhav, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this inaugural session of the 36th Annual Management Convention of KMA, and more importantly, to share the dais with our revered Guruji, who is considered as the mentor for humanity of this decade and the century that went by. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate and compliment the founders of this renowned institution, KMA, and the successive leadership who have kept the mantle high in rendering yeoman service for the benefit of the members and the public at large in this part of the country, in spearheading the management movement and also empowering its members on various management styles as well as academic excellence. Besides being a chartered accountant by qualification, I also happen to be a law graduate from Madras Law College. And recently I was invited to the Silver Jubilee wedding anniversary of my batchmates. Both of them studied with us. So I could not suppress asking a question to them, the couple who were celebrating the Silver Jubilee. I am amazed that I know how vociferous you are in arguing for your clients in the courtrooms. But what is the secret of your compatibility? I have never seen both of you arguing on the domestic front. They said, we don't mind, but nobody pays any fees for that. To these office bearers also, nobody pays any fees, but the kind of time and effort they devote to nurture this institution and bring it to this level of excellence is something to be commended and applauded by all of us on this occasion. 60 years of glorious service. A reference was made while introducing me to Satyam Computers. For the benefit of those who have not closely followed the story of Satyam, I would like to clarify that I became director of Satyam after the scam, not before the scam. So that you should listen to me, whatever I say about Satyam in the proper perspective. Satyam, when government nominated the 6 of us, after the confession by the promoter, when we walked in, as finance person, I just took the stock of the gravity of the issue on hand. I realized that there was no money in the kitty of the bank. But by month end, we have to get ready with 500 crores as the monthly salary bill for the employees across the globe in 66 countries where operations were going on. And in the initial days, in turns, we chaired the board meetings amongst ourselves. And whoever chaired that day's board meeting happened to be the media spokesperson. So on that day, I happened to chair the board meeting, and thereafter press meet, media briefing took place. And I updated them on the happenings in the boardroom, on what could be divulged. But towards the end, one media person bluntly posed a question to me. He said, you are all temporary, nominated by government. What can you do? What can you achieve as temporary board directors? With all humility at my command, I responded to him saying, we are all temporary in this world, but we can build institutions which will be permanent in this world. We can follow principles and adopt values which will have eternity in usage. And that is what I wish for KMA, in having perpetual existence and excellence in operation. The theme of the convention, Changing India, New Paradigms, New paradigms are not only in business, not only on the economic front, but also on the social front, even on the domestic front. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me, 20 years ago, if you had asked an housewife to take a decision on the smallest matter on the domestic front, she would have said, I need to consult my husband. Today, every husband says the same thing. I need to consult my wife, isn't it? It's a welcome change, paradigm shift. Those days they used to say, behind every successful man, there is a woman. Then they asked, which woman? They clarified, behind every successful man, there is his wife. Thanks to Indian culture, they dare not ask whose wife, which wife. But look at the present day scenario. There are many women who are successful, and some of them more successful than the men. And therefore, the saying is modified now. Behind every successful person, there is a spouse, thereby removing the gender bias. Of course, in the income tax circles, the saying gets extended further. Behind every successful person, there is a spouse and the tax department. One takes the credit, the other takes the cash when they come for search operations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on the social front, you will agree with me, there are phenomenal changes. Social media is very active and vibrant, changing the lifestyle of every human being around. You know, those days in the childhood, you will agree, we used to write diaries. And whatever we used to record there, it used to be confidential. Even if our siblings peep in, we used to take it as making inroads into our privacy. But today, whatever we used to write in the diaries confidentially are being posted in the Facebook. And by end of the day, they would like to see how many likes have come. That is the transparency to which the society, the youth are moving in. Telecom companies took 20 years to reach the level of generating 20 billion messages per day. WhatsApp completed 7 years. It has reached the level of generating 42 billion messages per day. And robotics and the artificial intelligence is creeping into every facet of the business and profession. Boston MIT Institute, the garden is tended by robotics without human intervention. Fleet of taxis are using the historical data with the real-time data to guide the driver as to how to take the passenger to the destination by the shortest possible route in an expeditious manner. So this is how, the cyber physical systems are joining the workforce. And India is galloping in its own way, as was rightly mentioned, one of the fast growing economies of the world. Demonetization might have dipped its growth for a short term, but it will again bounce back. You look in terms of foreign direct investment, 18% increase between 2015 to 2016, $46 billion inflow. You look at forex reserves, the highest since independence, $373 billion. You look at the investment in terms of capex on infrastructure, laying of roads, railways, so on and so forth. And the parameters of, current account deficit, inflation, all within control. But there are challenges. And there is a lot that needs to be done. One of the advantages which India can boast of is the demographic compositional advantage. While American population is stagnated population, European and Australian population is declining population, Japanese and Chinese population is aging population. It is only India's population which is young population, because 41% of the Indian population is less than 20 years. And between 20 years and 59 years, 50% of the population. And 60 and above is just 9%. The average age of India's population is 27.6 years, as against the Chinese 37 years and Japan 48 years, average age.
But while on one hand we can boast of young India, can we boast of the same being skilled India? The answer is unfortunately no. And that is the challenge. How to empower the youth with the required knowledge and skill sets. And can we say it is a healthy India? Again, the answer is no. Out of 188 countries, we are ranked 143 in the health index, while China is 92 and Sri Lanka is far, far below 72. So this is again a challenge. And in terms of skill India, we have immense potential, but all that we need to do is to train them, to empower them. No doubt National Skill Development Corporation and its subsidiaries incorporated sector-wise. In banking, financial services and insurance sector, Prime Minister's office has given us the target of 4.5 million to be skilled by 2022. Every sector there are targets given and we are working on. But we have a long way to go. It is not sufficient if government alone would like to empower the youth with skill sets. Every one of us, every entrepreneur, every business enterprise, every professional has a moral responsibility to pass on the skills he possesses to the fellow human beings. Even in my profession, when we invest huge amounts for training manpower, we have heard contemporaries criticizing us. Why are you spending so much money on training? We used to clarify, no, it is not spending, it is an investment. But they used to again criticize, saying, we have also spent, but they leave. You train them and they leave. What is the purpose? What is the point? To those who ask me, we train them and they leave, my counter question is, what if you don't train them and they stay? That would be much dangerous, more dangerous. And why do you look at training a human being only for your organization? Why not you think as a social objective that you are training a human being for the nation, for the society? Are you not getting trained manpower from other organizations into your organizations? So it is mutual. But when you do it with that social objective, wherever that human being goes, he will remember you. He will acknowledge you with gratitude that he is the one who empowered me with this knowledge and skill sets. After all, ladies and gentlemen, life by itself has no meaning. Life is only an opportunity for us to give it a meaning. First 25 years we learn, next 35 years we earn, but accomplishment, fulfillment comes only when you share what you have learned and what you have earned with those who are in need of it. And that philosophy, if we understand, then empowering our next generation with the required skill sets unconditionally will not be an issue. And if nation, the government, as well as the entrepreneurs and professionals join hands, training and empowering the skilled workforce, the youth, because today's problem of India is not unemployment. Unemployability of the youth is the problem. There are enough opportunities. There are plenty of youth, but there is a mismatch in what they know and what the market expects. How to bridge the gap. And then the next issue of ease of doing business. Out of 190 countries, 2 years ago we were 142nd. With great difficulty and visionary movement, last 2 years the government has taken, we have moved down to 130th place. China by then has moved from 90 to 78. And still we have a long way to go. What is the target? Target is by 2020 how to reach within the top 50. That would be an ideal scenario. Many questions can be asked. Why nobody thought of empowering skills for the youth for 7 decades? Why nobody thought of this, making ease of doing business in India very, friendly for the global investors? Similarly, you can think, why in Olympics, India has participated in 24 Olympic tournaments and ended up with 28 medals, 9 gold, 12 silver, 7 bronze. Michael Phelps from USA has 28 medals. 23 gold, 3 silver, 2 bronze. Fortunately, 86 countries in the world are below him, not having similar equivalent medals. That is no consolation at all that we are at least matching, if not inferior, to that individual. But the point is, what is the strategy? How come African countries which had no medals suddenly started getting medals? It was studied. They chose their core areas of competence, athletics, and they started bagging medals. South Africa alone has 86 medals as on date. Now what is the target for India? They are working on 50 medals by 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, which will be held between July and August. So that is how, one has to focus, strategize, and lay down the roadmap with necessary infrastructure and empowerment. Then nothing is impossible. We have immense potential. Look at the legislative, scenario. When Satyam happened in 2009 and revived in 2010, and subsequently the company bill was pending in the parliament. Government immediately withdrew the bill because out of the learnings of Satyam, they wanted to drastically amend the Companies Act, and that has been done. And 2013 enactment is there with all deadly amendments and requirements. I was consulted, no doubt. When I gave my feedback also, I said, let us not, drastically change the law, because Satyam is an aberration. Do not equate it, and do not legislate for an exception, ignoring the majority. Then majority will be affected. But there was no heed to this suggestion, and drastic amendments were made, taking that as an example. It only reminds me of a train accident that happened. There was a train accident. Suddenly the train deviated and ran into a paddy field and managed to stop, injuring many passengers. Inquiry commission was constituted. Train driver was summoned and he was asked, what happened? He said, I was going at a considerable pace. Suddenly there was an intruder on the track. The panel got wild. Don't you know that one intruder's life is not important? Safety of hundreds of passengers you are carrying is more important. You must have run over that intruder. Driver got equally wild. He said, 27 years of experience I have. Don't you think do you think I don't know this basic? I wanted to run over him, but he started running into the paddy field. What can I do? That is what happens to legislative amendments. If somebody is abusing the law and trying to, misuse the law, amending the law is no solution. Make the investigation, prosecute him, give an exemplary punishment, and make it as an example so that nobody will dare to do that in future. What happened in Madoff? Satyam occurred in January 2009. Madoff happened in June 2008, just 6 months before. And Satyam is still going on with bail, release, all those things. But Madoff, 6 months investigation got over. 6 months trial was done. And in July 2009, the verdict was out. What was the verdict? Mr. Madoff, who was cheated the public to the tune of $65 billion was sentenced to 150 years of imprisonment for various offenses cumulatively. He was in the courtroom when the pronouncement was made, and he pleaded with the judge, "My lord, I am already 70 years old." Judge said, "Do your best." To the extent possible, you do. Because even the judge knows this 150 years is not just for Mr. Madoff. It is for all those fraudsters who are contemplating to do this kind of a fraud in future. They will know what awaits them, and they dare not venture into it. So, expeditious judicial process. 300 and odd legislations which were redundant have been repealed in the recent past. Many new legislations which are inevitable for the ease of doing business have been brought in. So all these things are happening. But, it is there are many hurdles, bottlenecks. Look at the global scenario, what is happening. The developed economies on one hand are trying to increase the interest rates. The developing economies are trying to reduce the interest rates. And look at the crude oil price, how widely it was fluctuating from 2008, $112 per barrel, came down to 36 US dollars in 2016, and now it has reached back $55 US. And many of these countries dependent on this are now looking at alternative avenues of raising source of income. Like UAE is planning to introduce VAT from 2018. And sovereign debt is a matter of concern for China. It was 7 trillion sovereign debt in 2007, and in just a matter of 8 years, it has manifold increased to 28 trillion. 282% of its GDP size, whereas India fortunately is just 69% of the GDP equivalent sovereign debt. So we are safer in that context. And look at Europe, except Germany, no other European country is doing all that well. Brexit has brought in problem for United Kingdom. Many of the multinationals which had London as the hub, financial hub, are now planning to migrate out of London. Look at US, 20th January, there was change in leadership. And since then, last 49 days, it seems to be more turmoil than the 50 days of demonetization in India. More uncertainties. And in this, the bright spot is India. India has immense potential if only it can alleviate poverty. Because amongst the BRIC nations, India's most challenging issue is the number of people below the poverty line. China followed manufacturing model, and therefore the prosperity percolated down to the working class. India followed service sector model, therefore the prosperity stays with the creamy layer of the society. And that is why Make in India, Startup India, Stand Up, all these things are very relevant. Even to bring balance, remove the imbalance between the workforce. Agricultural sector gives only 16% of contribution to GDP, but 50% of the population is dependent on it. Workforce is dependent on it. Manufacturing is just 26% and workforce is 21%. Service sector contributes 58% of the GDP and workforce is only 29%. So that imbalance also needs to be addressed. So from this point of view, ladies and gentlemen, I have only 5 minutes, but I'll try to conclude even well before that. In the emerging scenario, there cannot be two views that India has immense potential. I have a dream. I am no great person like Martin Luther King. I am an ordinary citizen of India, but every citizen I believe has a right to dream about his nation. My dream is, today what is the standing in terms of nominal GDP size? In 2010, we were in the 9th position, leaving Canada to the 10th. That means we entered the top 10. And 5 years down the line, in 2015, we pushed Italy and Brazil behind us and moved to 7th position. And it is predicted. And we have the immense potential to achieve this by 2022. If not in 2020, we should move to 5th position, pushing UK and France to the 6th and 7th position. And thereafter, we will have only Germany. We are now 2.06 trillion US dollar size of an economy. And Germany is ahead of us with 3.3 trillion. And above that, Japan is there with 4.4 trillion in nominal terms. Above that, China is there, 11 trillion. And on the top, US with 18 trillion. But it is not impossible for us to move to the top 3 slots in 2030. And thereafter, we should be able to compete successively with China and US and emerge out stronger. And you know what is my dream? By then, 1 rupee should be equivalent to $1 US. And more than that, in America, outside Indian embassy, Americans should stand in queue to get visa to visit India. And it should be permitted only on eligible cases, not indiscriminately. And it is possible when we, there are 3 kinds of people in the world. First, who make wonders happen. Second, who watch wonders happen. Third, who wonder what happened. Indians clearly belong to the first category. We can make wonders happen. One generation of India gave theosophy to humanity. Another generation built monuments. Yet another generation brought agricultural revolution. Next generation, industrial revolution. Last generation, service sector revolution. What should be the contribution of this generation and the future generation? Under the guidance of our mentor Sadhguruji, what should be the contribution of the present generation? We should bring about moral revolution. What is this moral revolution I am talking about? There are 2 facets to this moral revolution. The first facet is we should stand apart from the rest of the developed economies to demonstrate we can grow still preserving our rich tradition and culture, and not at the cost of our rich tradition and culture. We will preserve the institutions and relationships like marriage, family, Guru Sishya, all those things we will preserve, and still, because all other nations, when they have grown, they grew at the cost of these institutions. They got destroyed. We should stand apart. The second facet of this moral revolution should be probity in public life. We just should not be able to tolerate, corruption in public life. And if we can bring about these 2 changes, these 2 facets make happen, I'm sure India will emerge out stronger. 18th and 19th century belong to Europe, 20th century belong to US, 21st century must belong to India. We will all make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manoharan, for your insightful thoughts, setting the tone for our deliberations. As a token of our sincere gratitude and appreciation, I request you, sir, to please accept, Mr. Manoharan, sir, please accept our memento from President KMA, Mr. Matthew Urumbat. To propose the vote of thanks, may I invite Mr. R. Madhav Chandran, Honorary Secretary, KMA.
President Matthew Urumbat, Adrinaya Paraguru Sri Sadhguru, respected guest of honor Sri T.N. Manoharan, various distinguished dignitaries from the bureaucracy, senior IAS and IPS officers, galaxy of members from the judiciary, many persons and leaders from fields of business, art, literature and culture who are assembled here, past presidents, management committee members, respected members and families of KMA, invited guests, student delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a rare privilege and honor that I enjoy today by being here with the senior show of this August gathering. There are 1,500 people gathered here and downstairs, are absolutely spellbound in anticipation, and I am no exception. Let me shake myself a bit and get started with my duty of proposing a vote of thanks. In one of his blogs, the most respected Sadhguru says, the word Sadhguru is not a title, it is a description. He says Sadhguru means uneducated guru, but everyone who has heard of him and desires to hear him would go by the classic Sanskrit meaning of Sadhguru, the true Guru. Today, we are having here a rare and invaluable opportunity to see him in flesh and blood and listen to his mesmerizing voice and pearls of wisdom. The sheer presence of the Guru itself is sending rays of positive vibes here. On behalf of the entire gamut of people gathered here, and on behalf of KMA, I submit our sincere gratitude and pronouns at your feet, respected to Sadhguru. We are all knees and eyes to you, Guruji. Here I must say a word of thanks to the entire team from Isha Foundation led by Lord Guruji, who worked with us and helped us in conceiving this inaugural event. Sri Manoharan sir, I heard about your immense popularity among CAs and most importantly, among students preparing for chartered accountancy examinations. But after listening to you today, you are all keen to queue up and even learn more from your vast experience. Thank you, sir, for each of us recent shared here and for doing this today. We have an elite list of speakers who are going to address us over the next 20 hours, and many of them are already present here. I thank them for accepting our invitation and being here today. Our past presidents and are our pillars of strength and foundation. I thank you, sirs, and your families for being here today in our celebration of the annual convention. All the invited guests, dignitaries sitting in the front, including our district collector, Safarullah, registered delegates, student members, and members from the media, members and families of KMA, each one in the audience, overflowing the hall and watching on monitors and screen space outside and downstairs. Thank you for coming in early, cooperating with our security measures, patiently waiting for the entire length of the program, and for being such a superlative audience. Our respected members of the Executive Committee, Management Committee, and the members of the Secretariat have put in a great amount of toiling in putting together this event under the leadership of President and our Convention Chair, Vivek Krishna Govind. Thank you all for putting in your best to conceive this event with this degree of grandeur. Renowned musical performer Charles Anthony deserves a special thanks for his stunning performance in the beginning of this session. You can put your hands together, yes. And he is ready to enthrall you once again over the networking dinner. Thank you, Charles. My sincere thanks to all the sponsors, the title sponsors, South Indian Bank, and our main sponsors, BPCL, Tata Concern Services, and NEST, and the entire gamut of sponsors who are listed there. Thank you so much for helping us in putting this event in this fashion. My sincere thanks to Rajesh and Team Ergo for their wonderful display of technology and creativity in putting up this event together. Lastly, apologies for my rather coarse, hoarse, and bad voice, testimony to the committee's hectic efforts during the past few weeks of putting this together. A big thank you on the top of that voice to all of us who are present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Madhav Chandran. I now request the dignitaries to please descend from stage so that the stage can be set for Sadhguru's address. We now have a performance by the Sounds of Isha. about 5 minutes from now, our respected chief guest, Sadhguru, will be addressing us. I request you all to please be seated. Now, before we have the address, we will watch a short video presentation introducing Sadhguru, Isha Foundation, and the work that the foundation has been doing for the last 3 decades.
Following across India and indeed around the world. While yoga and meditation are at the core of his teachings to promote individual growth, the work of the foundation covers conservation, education and health. And you'll find him astonishingly pragmatic on a range of very modern day problems. Let's meet Sadhguru.
For the very first time in the history of humanity, we have the necessary resource, we have the necessary capability, we have the necessary technology to address every human problem on the planet. Even 25 years ago, we couldn't have dreamt of it. But the only thing that is missing is consciousness.
Today, the spotlight is on a project called Green Hands in India.
We started a mass campaign and 6 years I spent planting trees in people's heads. That's the most difficult terrain, believe me. And now in the last 6 years we've been transplanting it, and that's happening much more easily.
Action for Rural Rejuvenation is mainly aimed at rejuvenating the human spirit.
English and computer skills are very essential to make these children come out of the hopeless economic and social pit they are in.
If you could first tell our viewers what is the idea behind the initiative, Insight, which is more specific towards entrepreneurs.
Whatever the nature of your business, ultimately it is all about human well-being.
Isha Foundation, a non-religious, non-profit public service organization headquartered in southern India.
We've engineered the outside world in so many ways, but we've done nothing about this one. If you want more well-being, in is the only way out.
This is what I want to teach you too. That is, you can be completely intoxicated without any drug, just on life. This is a shift from wine to divine.
How can you love one and hate the other when the same divine exists in all? Spiritual process is not about looking up or looking down. It is about turning inward. So the only thing that I'm really good at is just this. I can just make the air around me just crackle with energy.
If you have to describe yourself in one word,
Would you consider wildlife as 2 words or 1 word?
yes.
sukadam maranam karunam milanam maduram smaranam karunam kalavashyadiha sakalam karunam samayadipate akilam karunam. Namaskaram. Namaskaram to everyone. When we say a nation, it has many components. We could look at it in three basic components. One is its territory. Next is its resources. And most important, its people. If we go in this order, we were repeatedly reminded we are 70, not me, huh? When we got our independence, we did not understand the significance of territory. What kind of territory, geographically, where are we laid out, how are we connected to the rest of the world, is a very important part of territory. Because we were new. Nation was new to us, it was taken away from us hundreds of years ago, and it was new. We did not know how to manage territory. Not knowing what we were doing, we broke it into three pieces. We have not recovered from that yet. This is like, on a certain day, a pirate, you know a pirate? You're living in Kerala, you should know. A pirate walked into an Irish bar. His left leg beneath the knee was gone, he was wearing a wooden stump. His right hand was gone, he was having a steel hook for it. And he had an eye patch on one of his eyes. The bartender looked at him and said, "Hey, last time when you were here, you were fine, what happened? What happened to your leg?" He said, "Well, you know this Her Majesty's service, they don't know where to shoot their cannonballs. They shot it in the wrong direction and it took my leg off, but no problem. I had my carpenter fix it up for me, he's doing quite good." Then the bartender looked at him and said, "But what happened to your hand?" He said, "I was involved in a sword fight and with another pirate, and the fool is not a classic pirate like me. And instead of… sword fight is between two swords, but he hit my hand and I lost the hand. But no problem, I had my blacksmith fix it up for me, this hook works pretty good." Then after he had one drink, the bartender asked, "But what happened to your eye?" He said, "In the night I was looking at the stars to navigate, and one of these night birds, the bird poo came and hit my eye." "But a bird poo will not take off your eye." "Yeah, I know, but you know, it was just 2 days after I got the hook." So we were new to making of a nation, not knowing what we are doing, we broke the nation into 3 pieces. In many ways, the economic resurgence that should have happened in 50s got postponed mainly because of this breaking up. It doesn't take any genius to understand, because for thousands of years, we've been trading with Arabia, with Europe from these routes, and to Southeast Asian countries from this side. The most important trade routes we had exploited for thousands of years, we surrendered those trade routes and made a nation, because we did not understand that the economics of the nation is what makes the nation. But what to do, that's been done. So maintaining the territorial integrity of a nation is most important. Those days are gone where you could push the boundaries, not anymore. At least we must keep what we have as a nation. Otherwise, a nation cannot prosper, a nation cannot flourish. And the last time we broke it, the amount of suffering we caused to human beings on all sides, over 500,000 people died. Even till today, both the nations are bleeding. And the amount of money we are spending on our military expenditure is phenomenal when still half the population is not eaten properly. The kind of equipment and the kind of money we are spending on this equipment is just a crime, but you can't help it. Because now, see, you don't have so much of a fight with a stranger. It's only when you break up with somebody close to you that really things go bad. So, all these things are happening. So one important aspect of making of a nation is territory. One must understand, any kind of compromise in territory means nation will not remain. The sovereignty of a nation cannot be managed. Without managing clear-cut borders, you cannot manage a nation, you cannot protect your people, you cannot bring the nation to the highest level of living and function. So the next is the resources. When we do not understand the significance of territory, we also do not understand the significance of the resource. In many ways, we did not exploit the resource for the well-being of the people in this country for a long time. Now we are trying to fix it. We made all kinds of ugly deals, naive deals, because we as a nation, I'm not complaining, I'm just recounting, agitators became administrators. Mahatma Gandhi was the only man who had the sense to understand that he is not an administrator. He was a master agitator. When he realized, when the freedom came, he stepped back and said, I'm not made for this job, somebody. But not everybody had the same wisdom. And when agitators became administrators, they handled resource in not the way it should be handled for the well-being of the people. Otherwise, this is a rich nation. We have been the richest nation in the past, accounting for nearly 30% of the world's GDP, just a couple of centuries ago. But very systematically we were decimated. There's no point blaming somebody else. I'm saying we didn't handle a few things in the beginning. I think we sort of came to our senses only somewhere in late 70s or early 80s. We started realizing making of a nation is not simply going to happen because somebody left us and went away. Because the British left, nation doesn't happen, we got to make it happen. So, I would say a concerted, planned effort is only approximately 35 years or 40 years at the most. For 40 years, we've done well. But we have not done well enough for everybody in this country to live well. Almost all of us who are sitting in this room are no problem with this at least. But still there are too many people for whom even this is not taken care of. That's a crime against humanity, if you ask me. If a human being cannot fulfill the fundamental needs of his existence, then that's a real crime. So when it comes to people, as a nation, we have committed a serious crime. We can say, okay, in next 25 years it'll be like this. That is fine, but one generation will be gone. The man who is hungry today, 25 years later, what a glorious nation you're going to have, doesn't make a difference for him. Tonight's dinner is postponed. That is a painful existence for a human being. So when it comes to people, the reason why we remain poor, fundamentally in my perspective, is… See, nation is just an idea. It's not some God-given thing. Unless this idea burns into people's minds and hearts, unless we build a certain level of identity and a certain pride about the nation, you can't build a nation. I think we did not do that well enough. Still not late, we can still do it. We did not do it well enough in the early stages when the enthusiasm was so high, when the entire nation was euphoric in 47, 48. At that time, we should have instilled the idea of nation in a strong way. A whole lot of population doesn't even know what is a nation. They know only their community, their caste, their creed and something else and something else. Still we are in a feudalistic existence if you go down the line and see, but we are talking about a great democratic nation. Slowly it is coming, but if we want a fast-paced progress of the nation, progress without, as Manoharan pointed out, progress without losing the sense of who we are. We are a unique nation, you must understand this. When I say unique, I'm not saying in a negative way. We are unique. For thousands of years, we have liked to call ourselves as Bharat, one nation. Though at many times, the political management of the nation was in the hands of 50 or 100, sometimes up to 200 divisions. But we still like to refer to ourselves as Bharat or Bharata. This comes from a certain profound understanding of our civilization. That is, Bha means bhava, that is how you experience this life. This is the first one. How you experience this life determines everything about you. Not what you have, not what you do, but how you experience this life determines everything for us. So the first one is Bha. Ra means there is a tune. The tune is not set by you. There is a creation which sets the tune. Nobody can escape this. But Tha is Tala, that is set by you. Whatever the tune, you can set your thala, this is how Indian music is made. Somebody can do whatever raga, but I can set my own thala. So each individual has to find his or her way to set the right kind of thala. If you set the right thala, you will ride the raga. Otherwise, the raga will crush you down. So because we prided ourselves that we understand the raga of existence, and we know how to set the thala, and no matter what kind of conditions you put us in, we still thrive. So we called ourselves Bharata. But people from outside called us Hindustan. For thousands of years, in Arabia, in Europe, in Central Asia, they all refer to us as Hindustan. Why this called as Hindustan is, we are a land which lie between Himalayas and now the Indian Ocean, which was called as Indusagara. Because of Himalayas and Indusagara, we call this land Hindu. Anything that is born in this land is a Hindu. This has never been a religious identity, this has never been related to any particular belief, any particular practice. It is a geographical identity, and this was not invented by us, it is the other people who called us Hindu. We called ourselves Bharata, but they said, we don't know what rhythms you have. You are Hindu because between Himalayas and Indusagara you lie, so you are Hindu. If you travel 50 kilometers in this country, you just drive 50 kilometers, you will see people look different, speak different, eat different, talk different. Everything is different about them. But still we have been one nation for a long time. Not since 70 years, but thousands of years. What is it that knits us together? Largely nations are founded on sameness. Sameness of language, sameness of religion, sameness of race, sameness of ethnicity. This is how nations are made. We have defied that concept of nation building and nothing is same about us. People, if you go to the villages, you will see people live in neighboring houses for 100, 200 years. But you see the cooking in this house and in that house distinctly different, they will always manage it. This is Pillai house, that is some other house, and they will manage a distinct variety of cooking, never it gets mixed up. So we evolved a system through which we can maintain a culture which gives us such a strong sense of individuality, but at the same time, it is so malleable that it can just absorb and mix with just about anything. This has been the strength and this has been the basis of our survival, that we can just about take anything and make it ours and make it look different and taste different. Even the noodles are all now Indian noodles, and it's masala pizza is coming and anything you give us, we will make it Indian. This people, when it comes to people, most fundamentally a nation is people. Unless you focus on developing individual human beings to great potential, there is no question of developing a great society or a great nation. When I was talking about resources, this is a country, till recently, or even now in some parts of the country, we still do business, I'm saying till recently, before November 8th. We still do business without any paper, without any signatures, without any witnesses. In Tamil Nadu you will see manjal pai, in a yellow-colored bag, Anna, 1 rupee irukku. That means 1 crore. That's it. That's it. It's not written down, no signatures, no nothing, because we developed this kind of community where there is a deep sense of trust. Any business transaction is a joy only when there is trust, otherwise it's a pain. Conducting any transaction, monetary transactions, when you don't trust the other person, even a simple transaction becomes extremely complicated. When there is a deep sense of trust, then it's a joy to transact, because any transaction benefits both people always. This happened. A young lady walked into a textile shop and walked up to the young salesman and asked, "This red cloth I want to buy, how much is it?" He was in a mood. And he said, just one kiss per every yard. She looked at him and said, okay, I'll have 10 yards. He cut the cloth, packed it up, and with a leer on his face, he stretched it out. She just grabbed it and she pointed at a very small, wizened out little old man, and she said, my grandfather will pay. So every transaction we understood was considered sacred because a transaction is something which will benefit both of us. The moment we disrupt that, then there will be only crime, legal or outside the law. But within the law or outside the law, only crime will happen because the fundamental trust is gone. In some way, we try to make a deal that it benefits only me and not you. That's a crime. That is not the rules of the marketplace. The rules of the marketplace is every transaction should benefit both. If I defeat you, that is not called as a transaction in this country. That is considered robbery. Maybe you think you are smart. No, you have committed a crime against the other person because in some way you deceived him, maybe within the framework of law. So, when it comes to building a nation, first and foremost thing is always about building people. So in this country, we evolved many systems and methods through which an individual human being can grow and blossom to their fullest. Because if there are no great people, how do you make a great society? But as I said earlier, because of this tradition of producing great people, many assume this greatness and too many people think they are geniuses, but no organization, which is causing havoc. If you go to the local tea shop and sit there for some time, you will see he has advice for Virat Kohli. How he's not holding his bat properly, how he's not striking the ball. This is the way to do it, that is the way to do it. If you sit there for some more time, he has advice for the Prime Minister, how Narendra Modi does not know this and this, how he could have done this and that. Only problem is, he does not know how to make good tea. This is becoming pervasive. It's very important that a tea maker is making the best tea. A cricketer is trying to be the best cricketer, and the Prime Minister is trying to do his business properly. This is very important. You are expert on everything except what you're supposed to do. This is a little bit of a problem in the country. This is why everybody was pointing towards it. Skill. You must skill India, otherwise we'll kill India. It's a serious issue because there are many aspects. Just to point out one, because we are involved in rural education in a big way. We have adopted over 3,600 schools now in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. I'm just seeing what is happening there. A few years ago, maybe 10, 12 years ago, this rule came that you cannot fail a child. Whatever he knows, doesn't know, till 9th standard he goes straight through. This was done because they saw that if a child fails, immediately the parents will pull him out and say, okay, graze goats or cattle or something, he's out of the school. So they said, let him not fail, let him go till 9th standard, he may pick up. But what is happening is, today we are producing millions of young people, 15 years of age, can't add 2 plus 2, don't know a thing. They don't know any education, but they have the attitude of the educated, and of course they are wearing blue denims. They are wearing blue denims and they have a phone, but they don't know how to do a thing. we are producing millions of young people like this. This is very dangerous for the nation. This is a hotbed for militancy, for crime, for various other diversions of addictions and various things, because when there is no skill, a young man will want to prove himself some other way by doing something crazy. If there was skill, his energies would be focused in using that skill as a way of finding expression. When there is no skill, he will find some other way which will turn out to be largely negative most of the time. So, education, we have large scale, we have numbers that any nation can be proud of, but we have not done much with quality. Again, I'm not saying this is a complaint. We are only 35, 40-year-old focused nation. So, there are things to do, and one of the most important things to do is, when we talk about people, there are three fundamental aspects: nourishment, health and education. What type of education is also important. We produce one kind of skills and rest of it, life is mess, we don't teach them how to live, how to keep themselves as sensible, sane and balanced human beings. Though the very USP of this nation is this, that we always knew how to be. The entire world looked east when it came to knowing something of the within. But we have not fully exploited that. We have not at all exploited that. We have kind of thrown it away and trying to reinvent everything, for which we are paying a big price. I was just speaking at the IIT yesterday or day before, in IIT Delhi. The dean of the school tells me, every fourth student in IIT, which is a premier institution in the country, every fourth student is depressed or highly stressed. Every fourth student, that is 25% of the cream of India's youth. You got into IIT means you are the cream of India's youth. The cream of India's youth is in this state. And they also gave me other statistics which I don't want to talk about, which is very negative. And the first question, I was in conversation with the students, the first question they ask is, how to manage stress? I said, when I was your age, I had not even heard that word. Even now I don't know what is stress, but at that time I had not even heard the word. So, building the right kind of human beings, both from within and outside, is the most important work in the making of a nation. I don't think we have done great on that. A lot of people in this country are what they are mainly because of their family structures, not because of institutions. It is time we build institutions which will generate those kind of people who are wonderfully equipped to handle themselves within themselves and wonderfully equipped to handle the world around them. Because management does not mean just managing something outside. First of all, you must show that you can manage yourself well. This is a common question that keeps coming to me. Sadhguru, how do we know that when we meet somebody, he is our guru? I said, just look at the man, don't listen to him, just look at the man. Has it worked for him, whatever he is talking? If it worked for him, you must go with him. If it's not worked for him, you should not go with him. That's the only way to find out. If somebody tells you something, has it worked for you? That's a question. From the moment a child is born, every adult around is very eager to teach this newborn life so many things which have not worked in their life. All of you should become sincere enough that What has not worked for you, you should not pass it to the next person. Yes? What has worked for you, you must pass it on. What has not worked for you, you should not pass it on to anybody. Will all of you take this stand? Anything that's not worked for you must stop with you. What has really worked for you, you must share it with the world. Too many things which has not worked have been going on forever. But if you continue like this, one thing that will happen is you'll lose your children. If you go on saying things which don't work simply because you think it's sacred, you will lose your children, believe me. Because the world has come to a place, humanity has come to a place where if whatever that comes to them today, if it's not logically correct, they will discard it. But you as a generation of people, you still are little God-fearing. Some things which are not logically correct, you try to swallow and digest, though it gives you a little bit of a bellyache, you go on with it. But your children, the next generation of people, even if God himself comes here and speaks, if it doesn't make sense, they will reject him. Yes or no? You have any doubt? Before you have children, you must know this. But if you already have, at least now, you must know, anything that's not logically correct with your children and grandchildren, it's not going to work. This is a very good phenomenon because for a long time, we have conducted this world saying that this comes from this authority, so you must believe it. This comes from that authority, so you must believe it. Now, in the coming times, authority cannot be the truth. Truth will be the only authority. It's good times. It's very good times because truth will be the only authority. Authority, whether it's here or heaven-bound, it will not be the truth, and it's a very good development. So once this kind of time is coming, it's important that all of us perk up to it. For the first time, human intellect is thinking for itself, not thinking through a book, not thinking through a guru, not thinking through something else, thinking by itself. Once this happens, everything has to be logically correct. Initially there'll be some chaos, there'll be some confusion, there'll be some stress, everything is fine. But slowly people will begin to think right. This simple process of thinking, thought and emotion, two things. Our schools, our education systems, none of them have ever focused to tell the people how to handle thought and how to handle emotion. People can call it stress, depression, madness, whatever you want. Essentially, it's just this, your thought and your emotion not taking instructions from you. It's doing its own thing. If your thought and your emotion took instructions from you, would you keep yourself blissful or miserable? I'm asking you. You must tell me, I'm going to bless you. If your thought and your emotion took instructions from you, would you keep it blissful or miserable? Blissful, at least for yourself. Highest level of pleasantness, what you would do for yourself, isn't it? What you want for your neighbor may be debatable, but for yourself it's very clear. And when you're blissful, I want you to just look back and see, when you're very joyful and blissful, you are a wonderful human being, aren't you? Hello? But you're stressed, you're unhappy, you're frustrated. If we meet you now, you could be a nasty human being. Yes or no? This is true for everyone, isn't it? To create a joyful human being is an insurance in the society. If social structures and national structures have to function well, it is very, very important that we create individual human beings as joyful human beings. Because when you're joyful, we can trust you. When you're miserable, you're not trustworthy, isn't it so? People deviate largely because Something is bothering them, some misery going on. When you are feeling wonderful, you are naturally wonderful to everybody who comes around you. But instead of creating a full-fledged human being who knows how to manage himself, we've been trying to manage him from outside with all kinds of morality. Everybody knows all the best morals, it's just that they know how to subvert it also. Yes, we know the words, but the spirit has to come from within, there is no other way. So in this aspect of nation building, building individuals who are capable of creating a situation within themselves where the best in the human being will naturally flower. If human genius has to flower, when I say human genius, don't think of those few names that you know. Every human being has it within themselves. The question is, will you allow it to blossom or are you a big issue by yourself? Most human beings are a big issue by themselves, isn't it? When you say I'm stressed, when you say I'm unhappy, when you say I'm miserable, when you say I'm depressed, what you are saying is, I am a big issue myself, don't give me any other issues. When you are an issue, how will you manage any other issue? If you are not an issue, this one thing, all of you, especially the young people, must do is, in your life, you are never the issue. Other issues people will throw at you. The more they see you're able to handle, more they will throw at you. But it's good. Isn't it good? If people trust that you can solve problems, is it not good? But you must bring yourself to this state that you are never an issue. That is, you are always a part of the solution. You are never a problem. Please make this happen for yourself, because only if you're like this, there are dimensions within you which will find expression, which will make you look like other people will think you are a superhuman. This is not about being superhuman. This is just about realizing being human itself is super. Only problem is, most human beings right now refer to the word human always when they want to express the limitations of being human. Very few human beings ever say, referring to the human being as the immensity of being human. Well, you know Darwin's theory of evolution, hello? You okay? You were all monkeys, this is not me, that Englishman. You were all monkeys, your tail fell away and you became human. Before that, a goat could have become a giraffe over many million years. A pig could have become an elephant over many more million years. But a monkey became human rather quickly. So quickly, anthropologists think that there is a missing link. It could be anywhere. Now, this is a fundamental problem for human beings, that this intelligence, this cerebral flower that blossomed is a new happening in the evolutionary scale of things. Or in other words, you have an intelligence you don't know how to manage. In the evolutionary scheme of things, as a species, human beings are on top of the pile, isn't it? Do you agree with me? Some of you not saying anything, do you agree with me? If you don't say anything, I'll wonder, like an anthropologist. Now they're saying the DNA difference between a chimpanzee and you is only 1.23%. 1.23% is not much of a percentage, isn't it? Physiologically, that's how close to a chimpanzee we are. But in terms of our intelligence and our awareness and our consciousness, we are worlds apart from a chimpanzee. So the problem is just this, you have an intelligence for which you don't have a stable enough base. Unless you create a stable base, this intelligence is going to freak the hell out of your life. It's a potential thing, you gotta manage it well, otherwise it'll burn you up. You can call it madness, essentially it's your intelligence turned against you, isn't it? Yes or no? You can call it suffering, you can call it stress, you can call it anxiety. It is just that your intelligence is turned against you. You know, every year we're trekking in Nepal and Tibet. 2 years ago when I'm trekking, I'm sitting in a tent and working on something. There's another person in the tent cutting an apple. Not a great task. There's one more person, and that person says, "Be careful, it's a very sharp knife." It irritates me. Because I call something a knife only if it's sharp. I don't call this a knife or this a knife. Only if something is very sharp, only I call it a knife. If it's a child, of course, you must tell. It's a full-grown adult, it's not a complicated machinery. So I ignore that and continue to work. In another 2 minutes, again I hear, "It's a very sharp knife, be careful." Then I say, "Come on, leave him alone. He's a grown-up man, he should know how to handle a knife." "No, Sadhguru, it's a very sharp knife." All right, I continue to work. Another 2 minutes, I again hear a whisper, "Be careful, it's a very sharp knife." And in 2 minutes, that person cuts his hand. That's okay. If you had a choice, either to have a sharp intellect or a dull one, what would you choose? You must choose, I'm going to bless you. Some of you are not saying anything. So once you have a sharp knife in your hand must be steady. Otherwise, you will poke other people or you'll poke yourself. When you poke other people, we say you're a nasty human being. When you poke yourself, we say you're stressed, you're in anxiety, you're in depression, you're going crazy, whatever else. Yes? If you poke somebody, we say he's nasty. If you poke yourself, maybe you'll evoke some compassion, but life doesn't change, the quality of life doesn't change. Yes? Once you have something sharp with you, you must learn to hold it in a steady manner. Otherwise, it will cause harm to yourself or somebody. A knife is not dangerous. In a day, in 24 hours' time, are knives saving more lives, making more lives, or taking more lives? Hello? No, let me know what's your profession, that's all. Now people have come to a place where being peaceful has become end of the life goal. Even so-called spiritual leaders are going about saying, the highest thing in your life is peace of mind. Such people will only rest in peace. And this happens in many ways. I was to speak at Tel Aviv. So I was invited for a conference, a kind of a conference, and in the evening, they fixed up another event the previous evening. I am to land there at 11 o'clock and speak at 6:30 in the evening. I am flying out of Atlanta, but due to some flight delays, I end up landing there at 6 in the evening. I quickly change and I'm rushing. Because in this 35 years, I have not been late to a single appointment in my life. No. These are simple things everybody must do. Don't think it's a great virtue to come on time. If you have any sense, you will be on time. We started clapping hands for all the wrong things. So I'm rushing and I'm famished, I'm super hungry. Because you know, I'm flying an American airline, there's nothing edible on the plane. So I don't have even time to grab something, so I rush to the venue. And to my amazement, I found, this doesn't happen at all to me, I found that I am speaking in a fine restaurant. I thought, this is fantastic. When I'm so hungry, this is the place to go. Then I walked in, people were greeting me, and one person comes and says, Shalom. I ask him, what does it mean? He says, this is the highest way of greeting. I said, well, that's your opinion, but what does it mean? He said, no, this is really the highest way of greeting. All right, what does the word mean? Then he says, it means peace. And I said, why would peace be the highest way of greeting unless you're born in Middle East? In South India, you come up to me in the morning and say, peace. I'll say, what's wrong with you? If you deprive yourself of something for a long enough period, everything will slowly rise to heaven. Today if you say peace, people say divine peace. If you say joy, they say divine joy. If you say bliss, they say divine bliss. If you say love, they say divine love. These are all human qualities, yes or no, please? With no offense to anything that you believe in. If you are willing, you can be peaceful, you can be joyful, you can be blissful, you can be loving. Are you capable or no? You're capable. Is there anybody here who has not known a single moment of joy in your life? Is there such a person? Why am I keeping my hand up? No, you cannot be here because if you did not know a single moment of joy, you would be dead by now, long dead. It's this that keeps you up. So you know how to be joyful. If you are given a choice to live your life joyfully or miserably, what's your choice? Choose now. Joy. So you know how to be joyful, you want to be joyful. But why is it not happening 24 hours of the day? Yes, Sadhguru, I want to be, but my mother-in-law, but my boss, but my neighbor, but this. So, when you have so many buts, you need a yogi to kick that butt. Because you know how to be joyful, you want to be joyful. And if you can't be, that's a crime, yes or no? When I say crime against humanity, if I try to torture you, if I corner one of you and try to torture you, you will fight, isn't it? You will scream for help, you will do something, whatever you can do. But if you start torturing yourself, no help, no defense. Even if you try to poke an unborn child in the mother's womb, if you just touch, it will react. With his own little legs, he'll try to kick you. Yes or no? But this one, absolutely helpless life. Poke every day. And people are saying it's all right, this is all normal. To be fearful, to be miserable, to be unhappy is normal, you know, everybody's like this only. We have to manage it. How? Everybody has their own solutions, all kinds. This happened between a husband and a wife. One day, in the middle of his screaming bouts, the husband stopped and looked at the wife. She was sitting there peacefully. He asked, Almost every day I'm shouting at you, I'm abusing you. How is it you're always peaceful? She looked at him and said, I clean the toilet. How does it help? Cleaning the toilet, how does it help to be peaceful? She said, I use your toothbrush. The man wants to do it. Like this, devious methods you can use. But the important thing is this: you have been given the most sophisticated mechanism on the planet is human system. Do you agree with me? Those of you who are looking at me through your iPhones or Samsungs, I'm asking you. This is the most sophisticated mechanism on the planet, do you agree with me? Have you read the user's manual, sir? No. Somehow blunder through it and it'll work. How will it work? Only surface has been handled. When I say surface, I see the automobile advertisements in the country. I was complaining to Ratan Tata. So, what is this? If you open the… I'm not planning to buy a car, but I'm interested in anything that's mechanical and works. So if I look at the advertisement, it talks about the paint work, it talks about the leather work, it talks about the stereo extensively. There's not a word about the engine or the transmission or the braking systems or anything, or the torque of the engine, how much bhp, nothing. Paint work, woodwork, leather work and stereo. What has happened to us? This is what has happened to us. Everything, your entire involvement is with the outside. The basic engine which fires us, no attention to that. If you pay attention to the fundamental life that drives you from within, then we say this is a spiritual process, the most maligned and corrupted word right now. Spirituality does not mean looking up or looking down. Spirituality means turning inward. And you understood what drives this life. Taking care of that is the most important thing about life. If you do not touch that dimension, you kept your clothes nicely, you also put on nice makeup, your body also you kept it reasonably well, but no attention to that which is even creating the body from within on a daily basis. You made your body from within or you got it from outside? Hello? From within, right? But that which has the intelligence to turn an atom into a human mechanism, should you not pay attention to it? Yes? A phenomena like this, you eat a flat appam, see you become like this. Is it not a tremendous phenomenon, but unconsciously happening? So the day you begin to experience this dimension of intelligence within you, suddenly you see life is no more misery, it just becomes magical. Anything and everything, you can simply just do like that. I was just throwing a challenge to these students in IIT. I said, you take up anything that I'm not doing and you're not doing. Take up skiing or diving or flying an airplane or pick up something. If you take 3 years or 5 years to learn this, I will do it in 3 months. This is not to boast about myself. This is just that every human being has this within themselves, never explode. Everybody thinks by fixing the outside, life is going to become okay. No, only when your inside fires, only when the engine fires, the car moves. Otherwise, you can only show it to others, the paint work. Neighbors envy, maybe, but no good for you. And when neighbors get very envious, it'll be no good at all. Yes, it's very, very important. As a generation of people, a time has come where we have to shift from looking up and looking down to inward. If this doesn't happen, we may have economic well-being to some extent, it will anyway happen because the ball is rolling, but it may not translate into human well-being. For any society or an individual or a nation to move from poverty to affluence is not a simple effort. It takes a tremendous amount of effort, so many sacrifices, hard work. When you should be resting, you will be working. When you should be eating hungry, you're working. Every successful person is like this. But when you get there, if it doesn't bring well-being, what is the point? Right now it's happening already. It's so recent, economic well-being in this country, already it is happening. For example, we are in Coimbatore, close by, there is a town called Tirupur, all of you should know about it. It's an export-oriented town. Almost everybody from a laborer to everybody, on an average, could be earning 3 times more than what someone just 50 kilometers away in Coimbatore is earning. In the last Diwali and the Deepavali day, in Tamil Nadu, they sold some 36 crores worth of alcohol. In that, 26 or 27 crores worth of alcohol is consumed by Tirupur people, just 8 lakh people. And today, Tamil Nadu's population, over 40% of the people are diabetic. So if you get economic well-being, you will either end up in the hospital or in the gutter. What is the point? Is it not very important that when economic well-being comes, human beings are in a condition to enjoy it and use it as a way to make their lives even better and experience their lives better? That will not happen if we don't take care. You will see this. Most affluent countries, they are generally, in a depressed state. 70% of the American population is on prescription medication, 70%. See, one fundamental reason why you seek affluence is, at the earlier stage, you seek affluence because it means a choice of nourishment. At the second level of affluence, you seek it because it's a choice of lifestyles. The most affluent nation on the planet, which has an enormous choice of nourishment and an enormous choice of lifestyles, 70% are on prescription medication, the other 30% of course are buying drugs off the back street. I was, a few months ago, I was in a very large group of people in New York City. I just asked them, how many people in New York City do you think can sit in the evening quietly by themselves, peacefully, without even a glass of wine? I'm using a glass of wine as the lowest dose. In New York City, people need all kinds of things. They debated for some time and they said 5%. I asked a similar question to a very prominent group of people in London. They came back and said 1%. We're getting there too, rapidly, very fast. Indian population is moving in that direction. That is, to be healthful, you need chemicals. To be peaceful, you need chemicals. To be joyful, you need chemicals. I'm not looking at this as a moral issue for me. It's not a moral issue for me. It is just that we as human beings, as a generation of people, we are here, we hold this space on the planet just for a brief time. If you are feeling you are living a very long life, that's because you're miserable. If you're joyful, it's a very brief life. If you're miserable, it's a long life. Have you noticed this? On a certain day you're very happy, 24 hours, poof, gone. miserable, day just doesn't go. So only miserable people can live a long life. All joyful people will have a brief life, even if they live to be 100. So, the process of life is such that we are here only for a brief amount of time. So there are two fundamental responsibilities in our hands. One thing is, as a generation, we should be able to hand over the world to the next generation in a better manner than the way it was given to us. Very important, isn't it? But we will not be able to do that. If we do all the right things from today onwards, it may take another 150 to 200 years before we turn back the ecological damage we have caused to the planet. We will not be able to leave a better world. We can start the process and leave it to the next generation, but we cannot make it happen in our time. The next responsibility is, the generation we produce, the next generation that we produce must be at least one notch better than us. In this we will fail. The day when 90% of the humanity is on some kind of chemical, this also we will fail. That we will not be able to produce a generation better than us, we will produce a generation which is weaker than us, worse than us in many ways, simply because we have poisoned ourselves with variety of chemicals. The largest businesses on the planet right now, the top 3 businesses on the planet are armaments, arms and armaments, pharmaceuticals and alcohol. One at least is straightforward, direct death. Another takes you there and hangs you halfway. Another pretends to get you back. Fundamentally, why is it that we as human beings, we as a generation of people have not taught every human being from an early age, like you taught your children how to brush their teeth? Why is it that we did not teach them how to be? How to keep this body, how to keep this mind, how to keep these emotions, how to manage myself properly? Why is it not part of growing up? We've just given up. This was the way this country was. It is because of this we produced great human beings, such great mathematicians, musicians, astronomers, brilliant human beings, simply because there was a stable way of being. If we really want to be somewhere in this world as a nation, because it's very important not just for this country, it is important for the rest of the world that things that we have always known as to how a human being should be within himself or herself, this is very important for every citizen on the planet, not just for the Indians. But we have the privilege that we have a tradition where we have explored human mechanism in such profoundness that nowhere else has this happened. I am not saying this as an Indian, I am saying this closely observing every civilization on the planet. Nowhere else has anybody paid as much attention to the inner mechanisms of the human being as we have in this country. When Mark Twain came, he spent a good 3.5 months in India. When he left, he said, anything that can ever be done either by man or God has been done in this land. That is the profoundness everybody has sensed about this. But today we are not inculcating that in our children, we are not bringing it to our youth. We have broken systems all over. It is time educational institutions like this, like management institutions, every other institution who has the power to impart something on the youth must bring the science of inner well-being as a dominant force in the country. Otherwise, we will get there and fail, which is a bigger tragedy than not getting there. If you don't get there, that's one kind of tragedy. You get there and then you fail, is even worse tragedy, isn't it? So in making this happen, every institution needs to participate. Beyond creed, beyond religion, beyond belief systems, beyond gender, it is possible for every human being to turn inward and do something about themselves. What you do with heaven is your business. But what you do with yourself is everybody's business, because how you are is going to impact everybody around you, isn't it? Especially if you're aspiring to get into leadership positions. Let's understand this much. A leader means this, that every thought he generates, every emotion he generates, every action that he performs impacts a large number of people. When such a privilege is placed in your hands, first thing is you must work upon yourself. If you think the work that you're doing is important, the first and foremost thing is you must work upon yourself. There is a science as to how one can explore the inner territory of the human being. This is not new to our culture, this has always been so. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There is an entire science as to how to approach this in a systematic way. It's my wish and my blessing. Every one of you should know this, being in various positions of management, because managing the world, first step of managing the world is you are well managed. If you cannot even manage this one, how do you manage all these people? If you have questions, any kind of question. If you can hold it this way, please, it's…
Guru, you are a visionary, you are a messiah.
Don't say that, the next thing is I'll be crucified. Don't say those things.
Despite people like you, why the world is like this?
Which part of Kochi are you living in? Why the world is like this, that this is a very bad this. The world is not like this, the world is like this sometimes. You know, the waves in the ocean, generally the world is like this, sometimes like this, some people totally like this, largely like this. If you don't believe me, just walk out on the street, okay? With a big smile on your face. Nicely, joyfully, lovingly, just walk out on the street. Pick a nasty-looking face and just say, yeah, I don't know how you say it in Malayalam, I don't know. Yeah, this way, this way. You see that nasty-looking face, how nicely he will speak to you. Yes or no? So the world is not like this, the world is like this. When waves come, some become like this, like this. So that is what we're talking about. Now it is time we make people in such a way, in the worst kind of tsunami, we are still like this. That will take some work. We need to work upon it. Without working for it, it won't happen. We need to work upon it. I'm asking all of you, shall we work upon it? Yes. Because nobody can determine 100% how the outside situations will be. Outside situations happen in so many different ways. Even if you're just two people in the family, does it just happen your way? No, you can admit with me, it's okay. it doesn't happen your way. Little bit. If it happens 51% your way, you have the controlling stake, that's what it means. 100% your way, never going to happen. Your husband will not happen 100% your way, your wife will not happen 100% your way, your parents did not happen, your children will not happen at all. Nobody will happen, not even your dog, these days they do their own thing. Nobody will happen your way 100%. So when situation is so hopeless, is it not important that you make sure this 1% happens 100% your way? If this person happens 100% your way, how will you keep him? Blissful or miserable? See, if you don't say anything, I'm going to bless you. Blissful or miserable? Blissful. When you're blissful, there is substantial medical and scientific evidence that for 24 hours, that is just one day, one 24-hour segment, if you pass without a moment of irritation, agitation, anger, anxiety, nothing, just blissfully, 24 hours, they are saying your ability to use your intelligence would go up 100% in one day. Why don't you try today? Yes, people keep asking me, Sadhguru, can you perform a miracle? Their idea of a miracle is, they want me to pull out a gold chain from thin air, or pull out a rabbit from this vessel, or pull out a pigeon from my pocket. If I pull out a pigeon from my pocket, you will have a bird, I will have a shitty pocket. But nothing will change. Yes or no? In what way does it transform your life, I'm asking? I will show you. I will show you people. Last 5, 10, 15 years, not sitting in some Himalayan cave, active in the world, doing variety of things, but who have not had a moment of anger, agitation, irritation, anxiety, nothing, working 20 hours a day, 7 days of the week. They don't know what is a vacation in their life. But this is a miracle. This is the miracle that we need to manifest in the world. This is the miracle the world needs and deserves. I don't want to pull out anything out of you. If I pull out something, I want to see an overflow of humanity. I would like to pull that out of you. We are doing this, I must tell you. Can I tell you, talk about my failures? You think I'm very great, but let me tell you my great failures. This happened to me almost 35 years ago. One afternoon I'm just sitting and suddenly I exploded into a completely different dimension of experience. Every cell in my body dripping ecstasy. Just dripping ecstasy means unbearable ecstasy. Then I shake my head and ask, how is this happening? I've always been happy and peaceful, that's not been an issue, but this is different, I'm just rolling in it. Then I realized, if I can sit here without messing with my mind, I become ecstatic. I thought I discovered something for the first time in the universe. Because I did not grow up in any spiritual traditions, I had no access to any of those things, nor was I interested. So I thought, this is the first time, this is it. Nothing to do. If you simply sit here, take your hands off your mind, you will burst into ecstasy, even now, I'm telling you. Then I made a plan. You know, I was much younger than what I'm today. I'm still young, but much younger. There was something fantastic happening, but I thought, I made a plan, thinking in next 2.5 to 3 years, I will make the entire world ecstatic because nothing to be done. If I just teach them how to sit, not mess with their mind, they will become ecstatic. So I thought 2.5, 3 years is substantial time to touch 6.3 billion people who were there at that time. Now it's 35 years. 35 years. Well, we have touched maybe 150, 200 million people, but that's not my idea of the world. 7.3 billion people. So you know I will die as a failure. Because slowly wisdom came upon me. I realized so many people have invested in their misery. Even though they know this is causing misery, they cannot withdraw their investment. They continue with the same misery. It doesn't matter how much misery is caused, because they do not know their ability to handle their life is not agile enough to withdraw from misery. Once they invest in it, they go on and on and on. I'm sure you have seen many families and others going on with the same problem forever. Every day if you have a new problem, that means you're living well, you know. Yes, you're doing something. For 20, 30, 40 years if you have the same problem, this means you have invested in misery and don't know how to withdraw, isn't it? So, teaching people how to relinquish their investment, because after all it's causing misery, takes time. We're working on it. If you also put your hand on it, we can probably, that area where you live in Kochi, we can change something there.
Pranam Guruji. I have two questions. My first question…
Yeah, try one, huh?
I genuinely have these two questions which I'd like to ask. The first one, it's always intrigued me, is being single the path towards your spirituality?
I'm sorry?
Is you being single?
Why am I single? I'm always with people.
As in you being single without getting married, is that why you have so much of energy and time to actually think about this? Is my first question to you. It's always intrigued me. The second question is you as well as Mr. Manohar has also spoken about the gap between skill and the gap between and employability. For the past so many years, education has not changed. There's so much technology that has changed, but education has never changed. The way we think, the way we educate our children, and the way we go forward. So, do you think this is the major gap why, or maybe this is the major thing why employability and skill of people do not match? These are the two questions.
Well, the first question is not relevant to me because I am not a sannyasi, okay? And anyway, I am married to too many people. See, marriage means in some way you have woven lives together, not necessarily you are cohabiting with each other. In some way you have woven life together. That way I have woven my life with millions and millions of people. I'm much married, too much married. So leaving that aside, see, the reason why India has been left not with enough skills is there was a systematic destruction of skills in this country for over 200 years. Because somebody wanted to take the resource and make product elsewhere. They did not want you to make product. We were clothing literally the entire known world of the time. Textile in this country. Ladies are okay, but the men, I want to tell you, India has over 120 distinct type of weaves, which no other country, no other culture has ever produced. When I say weaves, probably many of you don't understand because you've not seen a hand weaving, how it happens. I must tell you this. Because some members of my family were involved in silk saree weaving in Karnataka. When I became 19, 20 and I was determined not to get qualified to anything particular, my father was worried. He said, he's not getting qualified for anything, he's not becoming a doctor. Because in his mind, unless you're a doctor, you're not qualified. So what will this boy do? So he sent me to his cousin brother, who was a big into silk industry in a big way. I knew I'm not going to get into silk, but I'm interested in just about anything. So I went to see. I saw these guys. I thought I was very dexterous because I could just catch a cobra like that if I wanted. You know, in the night, in full dead of the night, without any light or torch, I would just go and pick up cobras, so I thought I am very dexterous. Here I see these guys endlessly. And as I watch like a fool, simply a flower comes up on this cloth and it goes off and comes up in another place, perfectly geometrical. And there is no computer, there is no guide, there is no nothing. It's all in his head. And his hand just coordinates in a miraculous way. You must go and see. You can't believe a human being can do this. Like this, we had many skills which drove the economy of this nation. All of it was systematically destroyed. So, a whole lot of people shifted to agriculture. What was a trading nation, what was a manufacturing nation, fell back on agriculture as a subsistence agriculture, not as a commercial agriculture, just to grow something and eat. With least amount of skills, they somehow scratched the earth and grew what they wanted, they ate. So this continued. This is the reason why in 1947, probably almost 80% or 82% of the population was in agriculture. Even today, we have nearly 60% in the agricultural sector. What this means is, 10 people have to eat, 6 people are cooking. Very inefficient way to manage human resource. 10 people are going to eat means 1 person should cook, not 6 people, isn't it? Just producing the food is taking 60% of the population. This way you cannot make use of your human resource in a creative way. So we need to bring skills to them. This is the first generation that we are even thinking of bringing skills to them. But being quite ingenious, many of them have picked up their own skills and doing all kinds of things. But a little more organized approach is definitely needed, which I think in the last 2-3 years it is being given shape, that there is more organized effort. Private sector is being enrolled to make this happen. It's a good way to go. The important thing is we must make it happen quick enough so that one generation just doesn't pass like that. We must understand this. We can all think in terms of, okay, in the next 25 years will be like this, 50 years like that, all that is fine. Human life is brief. If we don't do what we need, what we think should be done day after tomorrow should be done today, only then we will change the life of this generation. Otherwise, life will just roll off. It's already 3rd generation, literally, after independence. It's only now we're waking up. But we must wake up fully, not partially. We're doing it, but still not everybody is involved. All of us who are somehow empowered today compared to the rest of the population, every one of us should see how to pass on whatever we know best to the next generation, to whatever extent we can. I'm sure everybody is capable of this. In some capacity, you must see how to pass on what you know to the next generation, not just to your children, just about anybody. Because if your children have to live well, India has to live well. If India is not living well, your children will not live well, and you know, you're not going to get the American visa. Take the microphone, take…
Excuse me. Pranam Guruji, I just have a doubt. Sorry for asking this question, but hearing the 2-3 questions, answers from your side, if you are given an opportunity to transform the politicians of our country and bring in a novel India, would you take up that challenge?
Hey, you like the question so much, why? We must understand this. Politicians did not drop upon this planet after the Mangalyaan. Don't think they came back with a return trip. They are like you. They got elected. To manage the mess that we are, they have to do all kinds of circus. Doing the circus, some of them became clowns, some of them became tricksters. They had to learn some tricks, otherwise we are not easy people to manage. Are we? Are we easy people to manage? No. So, doing all these tricks, some became clowns, some became tricksters, some became ringmasters, all kinds of people they became. You can't blame them, because this is a democracy. It's our business to see the country is led by the right kind of leadership. There is one problem with us, this is a pre-independence era hangover. We did not, I think, the right sense of what is Mahatma Gandhi did not rub off on the people. People took it in a simplistic way. What is Mahatma Gandhi? Why is he a Mahatma? Why do we call him a Mahatma? We forgot about that. We took some simplistic models that he talked about. Because of this, in India, people are always busy giving moral commentary about everybody else. Yes, but today, where there is a traffic light, if it turns red and if there is no policeman there, how many will stop? These are all corrupt people, 80% won't stop. If you make them the chief ministers and prime ministers, you know what they will do. I'm telling you. I'm driving in Coimbatore, little after 9 o'clock in the night, the red light, policeman probably went home. I stopped because there's a red light. From behind me I hear ging, 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 horn. I don't understand, why is he honking? It's a little moped or a small motorcycle. Then he comes next to me and says, he thinks I'm a fool. Because there's no policeman, what the hell are you doing? That's what he's asking me. So we have become like this, if somebody is watching us, we are one way, if nobody is watching us, we are another way. This has to go. Too many people have become innocent of integrity, they don't know what it means to have any sense of integrity. We have to bring this back, otherwise you can't suddenly find people of absolute integrity up there when the entire population is loose like this. We have to build it into ourselves, into our children, into our institutions. And there is, I'm telling you, it is not easy to run this country. Don't think it's a reward to be a prime minister of this nation. It is the punishment. Really. In how many ways People are trying to sabotage our own lives and to prevent all that every day. It's like that, for various reasons. In many ways we must understand, a whole lot of people have not even understood that we are a free nation. We used to do these things when the British were here. We did road roko, rail roko, rasta roko, bijli roko, pani roko, band. We did all these things so that they'll get frustrated with us and go away. They went away. They became free. But we are still doing the same thing to ourselves. We are still doing the Rasta Roko, not understanding this is our Rasta. We are still doing rail Roko, not understanding this is our railways. We are still trying to close down the state, not understanding this is our nation. You can't close down our own nation, isn't it? But people are going to Supreme Court and fighting, why can't I close down my state when I want to, when I feel like it? Even today, you want to become a leader in this country, you create so many things. Some people will be filing cases on you. You gather 100 people and block the highway today, 3 days. 3 days, thousands of people suffer, they have nothing to eat, nothing to drink, big problems happen. You become a leader in 3 days' time. You will be heavily reported by the media, you will be on the television, you can come out and mouth something, whatever you want, a slogan, and you may get elected. Is it happening or no? Unfortunately, it's happening. It's also changing. That kind of leadership slowly is going to the back seat. We still have to eliminate them totally, but not yet. Still there's a percentage of that kind of leadership, but slowly we're pushing them backward. Today everybody's asking, okay, what can you create? Beginning to ask at least. We need to ask that question more and more. And we should stop giving moral commentary about everybody. In Tamil there is a saying, when you select, at those days, when you select a king, nallavan venuma, vallavan venuma? Do you want a good man or a capable man? If you want to get married, you want a good man. But when you want a ruler, somebody who takes the charge of the nation, you want a capable man. Very important. He's good, but he's not capable. He should stay home, he should not go sit there on the top. Too many people like this we've had, good people who can't do a thing. We need somebody who's competent to deal with the world in which we are living today. And we must understand, this is our time on the planet. Either we can make this time a spectacular time, or we can pass it off like wimps complaining about somebody all the time. It's my wish and my blessing that you must make your life as an individual and life around you into a spectacular process. You must make this happen for yourself.
I think we can take one last question from one of the students there. We'll come back to you. One. Any of the students have any… Can you please pass the mic to the back, please?
Good evening. Unfortunately, I'm not a student, I'm a manager.
It doesn't matter, I am, so it's okay.
Okay. So when we speak about bliss or joy, we believe that it is today. We feel that, okay, let us enjoy today. But as a manager, we focus on financial years, next financial year, next to next financial year. So it's all about future and stress. And I feel this is when we actually feel that heat, and when we reach home, we are not able to leave that heat outside our doormat. And when we sit inside, we are not able to enjoy it. How do we manage this? Thank you.
Anyway, I was not talking about enjoyment, I was just talking about joy. There is difference between joy and enjoying something. Enjoying something means pleasure. Joy is just that life is exuberant, so it feels joyful. For this you don't need anybody's help. If you want to enjoy something or somebody, you need cooperation from the world, otherwise you cannot enjoy. But to be joyful, you don't need anybody's cooperation, it's your business. Whatever, your joy and misery, your pain and pleasure, does it come from within you or does it come from somewhere? Which way is it? It comes from within you. At least what happens within you must happen your way, isn't it? And if you're planning for the year ahead, as I already said, there is substantial medical and scientific evidence to show you that your intelligence, your body and everything functions at its best when you're in a pleasant state of experience. So if you want to plan for tomorrow, is it not important that you have your intelligence not paralyzed by something? Is it not important? Yes. So if you don't want to paralyze your intelligence, if you want to function at your best for tomorrow's sake, it's very important that you plan joyfully. And now you want to leave your office at your doormat. If office is such a painful place, you should not go there. Really. A few months ago, someone who's managing one of the top multinational companies in the country comes to me and says, Sadhguru, I can't bear this. The kind of targets they're setting for me and what they're doing to me, I cannot take this anymore. I looked at him, raised my hands and said, may you be fired. He said, Sadhguru, what are you doing? I said, see, you are suffering this job so much. I'm sure somebody else can at least do some justice to this. Obviously, you've taken up something that you're not capable of doing, isn't it? See, it's like this. You want to be on the racetrack. You better, if not a Formula One, at least better have a Ferrari. Now you have Maruti 800 and you're on the racetrack. If you try to hit 300 kilometers per hour, all four wheels will fly in four different directions. That's all that's happening to you. You must be a clerk in the office, but you become a manager. So, before you take this responsibility of managing many things, enhance this. Enhance the capacity of this one before you take the job. No, there is no focus on that. Somehow slip into some job and suffer it for the rest of your life, what is the point, I'm asking? I want you to remind you, this is not my device. You know you will die one day. Hello? It's not my wish, I'll bless you with a long life, anyway you will die. With blessing, without blessing, both ways you will die. It's a brief life. What is it? Where is your intelligence that you think you have to make this period, this little period that you have, into one miserable nonsense? Do what you're capable of, otherwise enhance your capability. Without enhancing your capability, if you enter into a situation, you will suffer. Do you know how to do sword fighting? Are you a cutlery expert or something? Manager? No? No, he is not. So now, suddenly you get into cutlery competition. You've done nothing, preparation. You go there, you will get thrashed. You should not go there. Yes or no? This is just like that. You've not equipped yourself. how to manage 10 people around you and many things around you, and you simply get into the arena without preparation of yourself, then you will suffer. I saw still a lot of fishing is happening in Kerala. You can fish. You'll eat better food. You'll eat more nutritious food, believe me. Or do whatever you're capable of. Otherwise, if you want to do that managing job, see, management means you're touching many people's lives. Before you touch other people, you must make this really nice, isn't it? Yes or no? Before you touch another life, you must make this into a wonderful life, otherwise don't touch anybody, do something by yourself. Otherwise, there is no vacancy in Himalayan caves, it's all taken. So you just have to fish. Thank you very much.
A very insightful message indeed, replete with wit and logic. A truly enriching experience. Thank you, Sadhguru, for widening our perception of life and for provoking us to explore and experience the deepest dimension of life. Well, I invite Mr. Matthew Urumbit, Mr. Vivek Govind and Mr. Madhav Chandran to kindly present our token of sincere gratitude and appreciation to our respected Chief Guest Sadhguru as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. We also have a portrait as a memento being presented to respected Sadhguru. Now this is an original handmade painting by Lethi Art Cafe. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise for the national anthem. विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि गंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing this function. It was a pleasure having you with us this evening. We have very informative sessions lined up for you for tomorrow. I would like to remind you all to kindly be seated in the hall by 9:15 a.m. as our first technical session will commence at 9:30 a.m. sharp. And our first session is going to be a very interesting one too. We have Dr. Roshi John, the Indian techie, who built India's first driverless car as our first speaker. We eagerly look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Student delegates, it was a great pleasure having you here. We're sure you've all had a truly enriching experience this evening. We do understand that you may all be tired after a long day and must be hungry. We have arranged food packets for all our student delegates. Please remember to collect your food packets from the registration counter before you board your college bus. Kind attention delegates registered for dinner. It is a pleasure to invite you to join us for dinner at the upper space frame adjoining this hall. Please remember to keep your dinner coupons ready. Once again, thanks everybody. Please have a great evening. Thank you.
മൈക്ക് കിട്ടിയില്ലല്ലേ? ഒരു സർവീസ് തന്നെ ആ ഭാഗത്ത് മൈക്ക് വല്ലതും കിട്ടി. എത്ര മൈക്കുണ്ട? ചേർന്ന് അവിടത്തോളം പോയിട്ട് മൈക്ക് മാത്രം മൈക്ക് ഓൺ ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചേക്കോ. ഇവിടെ രണ്ട് മൈക്ക് ഓണാണ്. വന്നോളൂ അല്ലേ? പത്രയാണോ അയാൾ പോകുന്നില്ല. അയാളെ ബിയർ പോകാൻ പോയി. അയാളോട് ചോദിക്കാൻ പോയി. ടാക്സി ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യണം. നീ വന്നിട്ട് ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ചെയ്യും. ഇതെന്താ അത് ഓടണ്ട. വലിയ കാര്യമൊന്നല്ല അല്ലേ? വലിയ കാര്യമൊന്നല്ല. കട്ടി 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 ട്രൈപോഡ് ബാഗ് ഒക്കെ എടുത്തോ. ട്രൈപോഡ് ബാഗ്